Hello and welcome back to the Union Junction Radio. This is your host, Groxive, coming at you with very little care for the situation. Um, there it is. Cool. All right. We're gonna go ahead and get this shit launched. I think you're gonna be Union Junction on this side, right? Yeah. Rename that to that was not intended action. Okay, we'll just place it like that. Come back to Berry Springs. Oop. Set up the rail line going from A to B. Why don't we do something like straight out to there? There. Little bridge there. Back a ways, like right there. Right here with this. Okay. All right. While that train does its backsy forthy shit, and we presumably run into the mega negative, I think I'm going to go ahead and read the preface after I finish this row of crochet. I never know how long one of these rows will take because it depends almost entirely on if I fuck up. And I do that plenty. I won't even hazard a guess. But after we finish it, we will go start reading Conquest of Bread. Um, for those curious, LCLLC is my abbreviation for a group I am hoping to start. Just a little social club out here. It is the Lonoke County Leftist Literature Club. And I just like to use it as a way to really start talking theory with some of the people out here. That's how these movements have been successful in the past. Direct action is important, very important. It's the crux of it all. Um, but it's hard to know what direct action to take, and it's hard to feel comfortable taking those direct actions without community support. Um, and part of the way you build that community support is by having these discussions with the locals, with local people on, you know, just dispelling some of the myths about what communism is, about what leftism is. Um, there's too many people out here who think that like Dan Whitfield is a leftist because he's not. Now I don't say that to slight Dan. If you were running in my if he were running for something I got to vote for, I'd vote for him. But I don't think he's a leftist. I think he still, on some level, subscribes to the capitalist mode of production. I don't think he sees um, alternatives to it. He wants, the standard social democracy, which, don't get me wrong, I'd prefer it to the current situation as well. But I don't think he's looking to radically restructure the function of government like that. Um, Again, not because I think he's a bad guy or I don't think he's legitimate on the things he's running for. It's just the things he's running for are not leftism. They're not communism. They're not socialism. They're not anarchism. It's uh, basic social democracy, which America, I don't know if we're even capable of doing that at this point. Like, I'm starting to believe the fucking reactionary talking points of like, oh, it'll never work in America, and it's like, yeah, you're right because of you fuckers. Um, my mother's in the hospital with COVID, and she fucking hates the idea of universal health care. It's actually the crux of some of our biggest, most recent arguments. Because I very point blank said anybody who can't get behind universal healthcare is a piece of shit, and she took that super personally, um, because she's not willing to get on board with universal healthcare. Like, okay, give you a choice there. I mean, she's in the hospital with on a ventilator right now. Like, my mom's one of those fucking statistics. And I'm really interested to see what like how if she survives her and how dad feels about universal health care when we get the bill. Because it's not cheap. It is not cheap to be sick in America. And they don't I mean either way. I don't know, man. Lonoke County Sheriff, no, Lonoke County Jailer, got arrested today, or last night. Some got arrested recently. They posted about it on Facebook this morning. Lonoke County Sheriff did, um, for a couple of things, including but not limited to, bringing contraband into the jail. Uh, and so smuggling contraband and then also sexual assault. Um, which I mean, fucking cops. What do you expect? Especially like remember John Staley's, good boy murdered a 17-year-old not that long ago. Like Michael Davies had a fucking card. Like his card is still to this day, I'm sure, hanging up on the wall. Um, in Dollar General's back room because he was the one they were supposed to call when shit went down and he murdered a 17-year-old. It was really funny because like right, I only worked 3 shifts there. I honestly wish I could have worked more, but uh, she, they fucking fired me. But so like my first day, I sit down and I look at it and I'm just looking at the wall, reading the different shit that's up there. I just pointed at him like, he killed a kid. And they're like, what? And I'm like, that guy killed a kid. They're like, oh, it was him? And I'm like, yeah, they released his name yesterday. That guy killed a kid. Oh, that's weird. And then left it up. And then left it up. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't know. That position at Dollar General shouldn't have gone the way it did. I'm disappointed in it to say the least. Everything's normal. Okay, so why is none of the same staff here? Like I watched people fill out their 2 weeks notice. I watched this shit. And you're telling me that it didn't happen. I don't take gaslighting lightly. And I got fucking anxious about it because you're fucking gaslighting me about shit that I know. Um my EEOC interview should is coming up pretty quick. I think it's this next Monday. Either Monday or the Monday after. I'm doing a second row because I'm hyper fixated on this crocheting project lately. Sorry about that. Um, then I think after I actually finish this row, yeah, I'll call it 2 rows because collar to hem to collar feels like one distant thing. Uh, shit, bro. Fuck. Okay. After I finish this row, I'm going to step outside for a cigarette, refill my water, and then we will start the readings. I don't know, man. It's a little wild to me that I can, like, I don't know which of the new GRFs I downloaded that fucking made this shit happen, but it's literally just plop down any passenger train. You will be turning a profit in the near future, at least in my experience. Because the empty line shouldn't be turning a profit, in my mind. Once you start the feeder routes and shit, sure, like that should be, that makes sense to make a fairly significant amount of money because you're moving a ton of people at that point. Um, but it's literally just plopping down two maglevs and the track, and it'll turn a profit for me. That's cool. Oh, it's backwards. It's hem to collar well. I had already done the first collar to hem. This row was hem to collar hem. Hate those fucking noises, bro. Every now and then it sounds like there's been a fucking wreck or something. Especially like when I only have one train, like I know it's not that. And the wreck noise is a lot louder also, but still scares me every time. Dude, almost there. Almost there. So close. It's three more stitches. Yep, three stitches. Two and three. Cool. Is that the full five? This side, one, two, three. This will be my fourth, which means there's two more rows coming. Um, check the hood alignment. Means I should hit the hood as it starts. Oh man, it may end up being a problem. I hope it doesn't. If it does, we'll fucking deal with it when we get there. Okay. All right. Done crocheting for a moment. I'm gonna step out for uh like I said, my water, cigarette, all that. I never changed the name of this. All right, back in a moment. get the fine citizens of Union Junction some transportation in their town. Oop. Get y'all a depot. Gonna go for 2 of those. First one is gonna load them up out here. And then drop them off here. Second one there. Similarly, drop them off. Cool. God, my mouth fucking hurts. Okay. On to the conquest of bread. I'm going to start with the preface. Now, one of the current objections to communism and socialism altogether is that the idea is so old, and yet it could never be realized. Schemes of ideal states haunted the thinkers of ancient Greece. Later on, the early Christians joined in communist groups. Centuries later, large communist brotherhoods came into existence during the Reform movement. Then, the same ideals were revived during the Great English and French Revolutions, and finally, quite lately, in 1848. Jesus Christ, that's quite lately. Anyways, a revolution inspired to a great extent with socialist ideals took place in France. And yet, you see, we are told, how far away is still the realization of your schemes? Don't you think that there is some fundamental error in your understanding of human nature and its needs? At first sight, this objection seems very serious. However, the moment we consider human history more attentively, it loses its strength. We see first that hundreds of millions of men have succeeded in maintaining amongst themselves, in their village communities, for hundreds of years, one of the main elements of socialism, the common ownership of the chief instrument of production, the land, and the apportionment of the same according to the labor capacities of the different families. And we learn that if the communal possession of the land has been destroyed in Western Europe, it was not from within, but from without. The government which created a land monopoly in favor of the nobility and the middle classes. We learn, moreover, that the medieval cities succeeded in maintaining in their midst for several centuries, in succession, a certain socialized organization of production and trade, that these centuries were periods of a rapid intellectual, industrial, and artistic progress, and that the decay of these communal institutions came mainly from the incapacity of men of combining the village with the city, the peasant with the citizen, so as to jointly oppose the growth of the military states, which destroyed the free cities. The history of mankind thus understood does not offer, then, an argument against communism. It appears, on the contrary, as a succession of endeavors to realize some sort of communist organization, endeavors which were crowned with a partial success of a certain duration, and all we are authorized to conclude is, that mankind has not yet found the proper form for combining, on communistic principles, agriculture with a suddenly developed industry and a rapidly growing international trade. The latter appears especially as a disturbing element, since it is no longer individuals only, or cities, that enrich themselves by distant commerce and export, but whole nations grow rich at the cost of these nations, which lag behind in their industrial development. These conditions, which began to appear by the end of the 18th century, took, however, their full swing in the 19th century only, after the Napoleonic Wars came to an end, and modern communism had to take them into account. It is now known that the French Revolution, apart from its political significance, was an attempt made by the French people in 1793 and 94 in three different directions more or less akin to socialism. It was first the equalization of fortunes by means of an income tax and succession duties, both heavily progressive, as also by a direct confiscation of the land in order to subdivide it, and by heavy war taxes levied upon the rich only. The second attempt was to introduce a wide national system of rationally established prices of all commodities, for which the real cost of production and moderate trade profits had to be taken into account. The convention worked hard at this scheme and had nearly completed its work when reaction took the overhand. And the third was a sort of municipal communism as regards the consumption of some objects of first necessity, bought by the municipalities and sold by them at cost price. It was during this remarkable movement, which has never yet been properly studied, I'm sure it has by now, but we'll look at that later, that modern socialism was born. Fourierism with L'Ange at Lyons, and authoritarian communism with Buonarroti, Babeuf and their comrades. I don't know how to say any of those. It was immediately after the Great Revolution that the three great theoretical founders of modern socialism, Fourier, Saint-Simon, and Robert Owen, as well as Godwin, the no-state socialism, came forward, while the secret communist societies originated from those of Buonarroti and Babeuf, gave their stamp to militant communism for the next 50 years. To be correct, then, we must say that modern socialism is not yet 100 years old, and that for the first half of these 100 years, two nations only, which stood at the head of the industrial movement, i.e. Britain and France, took part in its elaboration, both bleeding at that time from the terrible wounds inflicted upon them by 15 years of Napoleonic wars, and both enveloped in the great European reaction that had come from the East. In fact, it was only after the Revolution of July 1830 in France, and the Reform movement of 1830 to 32 in England, had shaken off that terrible reaction that the discussion of socialism became possible for the next 16 to 18 years. And it was during those years that the aspirations of Fourier, Saint-Simon, and Robert Owen, worked out by their followers, took a definite shape, and the different schools of socialism which exist nowadays were defined. In Britain, Robert Owen and his followers worked out their schemes of communist villages, agricultural and industrial at the same time. Immense cooperative associations were started for creating with their dividends more communist colonies, and the great Consolidated Trades Union was founded, the forerunner of the labor parties of our day and the International Workingmen's Association. In France, the Fourier Considerant issued his remarkable manifesto, which contains, beautifully developed, all the theoretical considerations upon the growth of capitalism, which are now described as scientific socialism. Proudhon worked out his idea of anarchism and mutualism without state interference. Louis Blanc published his Organization of Labor, which became later on the program of Lassalle in Germany. Vidal in France and Lorenstein in Germany further developed in two remarkable works published in 1846 and 1847 respectively, the theoretical conceptions of considerant. And finally Vidal, and especially Pecor, the latter in a very elaborate work, as also in a series of reports, developed in detail the system of collectivism, which he wanted the Assembly of 1848 to vote in the shape of laws. However, there is one feature common to all socialist schemes of the period which must be noted. The three great founders of socialism, who wrote at the dawn of the 19th century, were so entranced by the wide horizons which opened before them that they looked upon it as a new revelation, and upon themselves as the founders of a new religion. Socialism had to be a religion, and they had to regurgitate it, or regulate its march, as the heads of the new church. Besides, writing during the period of reaction which had followed the French Revolution, and seeing more its failures than its successes, they did not trust the masses, and they did not appeal to them for bringing about the changes which they thought necessary. They put their faith, on the contrary, in some great ruler. He would understand the new revelation. He would be convinced of its desirability by the successful experiments of their phalansteries, or associations, and he would peacefully accomplish by the means of his own authority the revolution which would bring well-being and happiness to mankind. A military genius. Napoleon had just been ruling Europe. Why should not a social genius come forward and carry Europe with him and transfer the new gospel into life? That faith was rooted very deep, and it stood for a long time in the way of socialism. Its traces are ever seen amongst us, down to the present day. It was only during the years 1840 to 48, when the approach of the revolution was felt everywhere, and the proletarians were beginning to plant the banner of socialism on the barricades, that faith in the people began to enter once more the hearts of the social schemers. Faith, on the one side, in republican democracy, and on the other side, in free association and the organizing powers of the working men themselves. But then came the Revolution of February, 1848, the middle-class republic, and with it, broken hopes. 4 months only after the proclamation of the Republic, the June insurrection of the Paris proletarians broke out, and it was crushed in blood. The wholesale shooting of the working men, the mass deportations to New Guinea, and finally the Napoleonian, that's fucking a wild word, sorry, coup d'etat followed. The socialists were prosecuted with fury, and the weeding out was so terrible and so thorough that for the next 12 or 15 years the very traces of socialism disappeared. Its literature vanished so completely that even names once so familiar before 1848 were entirely forgotten. Ideas which were then current, the stock ideas of the socialists before 1848, were wiped out of the memories and were taken later on by the present generation for new discoveries. However, when a new revival came, about 1866, when communism and collectivism once more came forward, the conception as to the means of their realization had undergone a deep change. The old faith in political democracy was gone, and the first principles upon which the Paris working men agreed with the British trade unionists and Owenites, when they met in 1866 at London, was that the emancipation of the working men must be accomplished by the working men themselves. Upon another point they also fell in. It was that the labor unions themselves would have to get hold of the instruments of production and organize production themselves. The French idea of the Fourierist and Mutualist Association thus joined hands with the Robert Owen's idea of the Great Consolidated Trades Union, which was extended now so as to become an international working men's association. Again, this new revival of socialism lasted but a few years. Soon came the War of 1870 and 71, the uprising of the Paris Commune, and again, the free development of socialism was rendered impossible in France. But while Germany accepted now from the hands of its German teachers, Marx and Engels, the socialism of the French 48ers, the socialism of Considerant and Louis Blanc, and the collectivism of Picot, France made a further step forward. In March 1871, Paris had proclaimed that henceforward it would not wait for the retardatory portions of France, and intended to start within its commune its own social development. The movement was too short-lived to give any positive result. It remained communalist only, but the working classes of the old International saw at once its historical significance. They understood that the free commune would be henceforth the medium in which the ideas of modern socialism may come to realization. The free agro-industrial communes, of which so much was spoken in 1848, need not be small phalansteries or small communities of 2,000 persons. They must be vast agglomerations, like Paris, or still better, small territories. These communes would federate, even irrespectively of national frontiers, like the Cinque Ports or the Hanse, and large labor associations might come into existence for the communal service of the railways, the docks, and so on. Such were the ideas which began vaguely to circulate after 1871 amongst the thinking working men, especially in the Latin countries. In some such organization, the details of which life itself would settle, the labor circles of these countries saw the medium through which socialist forms of life could find a much easier realization than through the collectivist system of the state socialists. These are the ideas to which I have endeavored to give a more or less definite expression in this book. Looking back now at the years that have passed since this book was written, I can say in full conscience that its leading ideas must have been correct. The state socialism of the collectivist system has certainly made some progress. The state railways, state banking, and state trade in spirits have been introduced here and there, but every step made in this direction, even though it resulted in the cheapening of a given commodity, was found to be a new obstacle in the struggle of the working men for their emancipation. So that we find now amongst the working men, especially in England, the idea that even the of such a vast national property as a railway net could be much better handled by a federated union of railway employees than by a state organization. On the other side, we see the countless attempts have been made all over Europe and America, the leading idea of which is, on the one side, to get into the hands of the working men themselves wide branches of production, and on the other side, always to widen in the cities the circles of the functions which the city performs in the interest of its inhabitants. Trade unionism, with a growing tendency towards organizing the different trades internationally, and of not only being an instrument for improving the conditions of labor, but also to become an organization which might at a given moment take into its hands the management of production. Cooperative, cooperativism, both for production and for distribution, both in industry and agriculture, and attempts at combining both sorts of cooperation in experimental colonies, and finally, the immensely varied field of the so-called municipal socialism. These are the three directions in which the greatest amount of creative power has been developed lately. Of course, none of these may, in any degree, be taken as a substitute for communism, or even for socialism, both of which imply the common possession of the instruments of production. But we certainly must look at all the just mentioned attempts as upon experiments, like those which Owen, Fourier, and Saint Simon tried in their colonies. Experiments which prepare human thought to conceive some of the practical forms in which a communist society might find its expression. The synthesis of all these partial experiments will have to be made some day by the constructive genius of some one of the civilized nations, and it will be done. But samples of the bricks out of which the great synthetic building will have to be built, and even samples of some of its rooms, are being prepared by the immense effort of the constructive genius of man. Kent Bromley, Bromley, Kent, October 1906. So that basically it's a bunch of fucking history. All right, it's a bunch of history that he's just acknowledging and making reference to, saying, "Hey, these are things we should know about." Um, I'm not fully informed on all of it, and I doubt anyone listening is either. Theory becomes a hassle eventually because there's a lot of it, you know. Um, with that in mind, I do hope that in the future we will be able to, um, you know, expand on all this and go read those things. In the meantime, I think Geberd Springs could do with a little better, a little more transportation as well. You know, um, so let's get ridiculous amount. Where do I want to build you? I'm actually gonna build you over here. You know, it's a little out of the way. Take you, go turn around there. Boom, boom. Putting your streetcars. Put a pair over there. We're actually gonna start a line going this way as well. We add second train as well. That's really annoying. Go that way. Go in there. Think y'all like me enough that I can actually do this. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually did that wrong. The wrong with it. Oops. Okay. Damn it. Did have permission to do that kind of shit. More trees for you, buddy. Hey, come here. Thank you. Sorry your house had to go. And then I took that bridge out for no fucking reason. Was a whoopsie doodle. Okay, first one got there as well. Alright. We need one there. We need a signal there and there. A signal there. Right. Just in case. A little bit more transportation. Cool. All right. Onward. Chapter 1. Our Riches. 1. The human race has traveled far, since those bygone ages when men used to fashion their rude implements of flint, and lived on the precarious spoils of the chase, leaving to their children for their only heritage a shelter beneath the rocks, some poor utensils, and nature, vast, ununderstood, and terrific, with whom they had to fight for their wretched existence. During the agitated times which have elapsed since, and which have lasted for many thousand years, mankind has nevertheless amassed untold treasures. It has cleared the land, dried the marshes, pierced the forests, made roads. It has been building, inventing, observing, reasoning. It has created a complex machinery, wrested her secrets from nature, and finally it has made a servant of steam. And the result is that now the child of the civilized man finds ready, at its birth, to his hand, an immense capital accumulated by those who have gone before him. And this capital enables him to acquire, merely by his own labor combined with the labor of others, riches surpassing the dreams of the Orient, expressed in the fairy tales of the Thousand and One Nights. The soil is cleared to a great extent, fit for the reception of the best seeds, ready to make a rich return for the skill and labor spent upon it, a return more than sufficient for all the wants of humanity. The methods of cultivation are known. On the wide prairies of America, each 100 men, with the aid of powerful machinery, can produce in a few months enough wheat to maintain 10,000 people for a whole year. And where man wishes to double his produce, to treble it, to multiply it 100-fold, he makes the soil, gives to each plant the requisite care, and thus obtains enormous returns. While the hunter of old had to scour 50 or 60 square miles to find food for his family, the civilized man supports his household with far less pains and far more certainty on a thousandth part of that space. Climate is no longer an obstacle. When the sun fails, man replaces it by artificial heat, and we see the coming of a time when artificial light will also be used to stimulate vegetation. Meanwhile, by the use of glass and hot water pipes, man renders a given space 10 and 50 times more productive than it was in its natural state. The prodigies accomplished in industry are still more striking. With the cooperation of those intelligent beings, modern machines, themselves the fruit of 3 or 4 generations of inventors, mostly unknown, 100 men can manufacture now the stuff to clothe 10,000 persons for a period of 2 years. In well-managed coal mines, the labor of 100 miners furnishes each year enough fuel to warm 10,000 families under an inclement sky. And we have lately witnessed twice the spectacle of a wonderful city springing up in a few months at Paris, without interrupting in the slightest degree the regular work of the French nation. And if in manufactures, as in agriculture, and as indeed through our whole social system, the labor, the discoveries, and the inventions of our ancestors profit chiefly the few, it is none the less certain that mankind in general, aided by the creatures of steel and iron which it already possesses, could already procure an existence of wealth and ease for every one of its members. Truly we are rich, far richer than we think. Rich in what we already possess, richer still in the possibilities of production of our actual mechanical outfit, richest of all in what we might win from our soil, from our manufactures, from our science, from our technical knowledge, were they but applied to bringing about the well-being of all. We, in civilized societies, are rich. Why then are the many poor? Why this painful drudgery for the masses? Why even to the best paid working man this uncertainty for the morrow? In the midst of all the wealth inherited from the past, and in spite of the powerful means of production, which could ensure comfort to all in return for a few hours of daily toil. The socialists have said it and repeated it unwearingly. Daily they reiterate it, demonstrating it by arguments taken from all the sciences. It is because all that is necessary for production, the land, the mines, the highways, machinery, food, shelter, education, knowledge, all have been seized by the few in the course of that long story of robbery, enforced migration and wars, of ignorance and oppression, which has been the life of the human race before it had learned to subdue the forces of nature. It is because, taking advantage of alleged rights acquired in the past, these few appropriate today 2/3 of the products of human labor, and then squander them in the most stupid and shameful way. It is because, having reduced the masses to a point at which they have not the means of subsistence for a month, or even a week in advance, the few only allow the many to work on condition of themselves receiving the lion's share. It is because these few prevent the remainder of men from producing the things they need, and force them to produce, not the necessities of life for all, but whatever offers the greatest profits to the monopolists. And this is the substance of all socialism. Take, indeed, a civilized country. The forests which once covered it have been cleared, the marshes drained, the climate improved, it has been made habitable. The soil, which bore formerly only coarse vegetation, is covered today with rich harvests. The rock walls and the valleys are laid out in terraces and covered with vines bearing golden fruit. The wild plants, which yielded nothing but acrid berries and uneatable roots, have been transformed by generations of culture into succulent vegetables, or trees covered in delicious fruits. Thousands of highways and railways furrow the earth and pierce the mountains. The shriek of the engine is heard in the wild gorges of the Alps, the Caucasus, and the Himalayas. The rivers have been made navigable, the coasts carefully surveyed. are easy of access. Artificial harbors, laboriously dug out and protected against the fury of the sea, afford shelter to the ships. Deep shafts have been sunk in the rocks. Labyrinths of underground galleries have been dug out where coal may be raised or minerals extracted. At the crossing of the highways, great cities have sprung up, and within their borders, all the treasures of industry, science, and art have been accumulated. Whole generations that lived and died in misery, oppressed and ill treated by their masters, and worn out by toil, have handed on this immense inheritance to our century. For thousands of years, millions of men have labored to clear the forests, to drain the marshes, and to open up highways by land and water. Every raw rood of soil we cultivate in Europe has been watered by the sweat of several races of men. Every acre has its story of enforced labor, of intolerable toil, and of people suffering. Every mile of railway, every yard of tunnel has received its share of human blood. The shafts of the mine still bear on their rocky walls the marks made by the pick of the workmen who toiled to excavate them. The space between each prop in the underground galleries might be marked as a miner's grave, and who can tell what each of these graves has cost, in tears, in privations, in unspeakable wretchedness to the family who depended on the scanty wage of the worker, cut off in his prime by fire, damp, rockfall, or flood. The cities, bound together by railroads and waterways, are organisms which have lived through centuries. Dig beneath them and you find, one above the other, the foundations of streets, of houses, of theaters, of public buildings. Search into their history and you will see how the civilization of the town, its industry, its special characteristics, have slowly grown and ripened through the cooperation of generations of its inhabitants before it could become what it is today. And even today, the value of each dwelling, factory, and warehouse, which has been created by the accumulated labor of the millions of workers, now dead and buried, is only maintained by the very presence and labor of legions of the men who now inhabit that special corner of the globe. Each of the atoms composing what we call the wealth of nations owes its value to the fact that it is a part of the great whole. What would a London dockyard or a great Paris warehouse be if they were not situated in these great centers of international commerce? What would become of our mines, our factories, our workshops, and our railways without the immense quantities of merchandise transported every day by sea and land? Millions of human beings have labored to create the civilization on which we pride ourselves today. Other millions, scattered through the globe, labor to maintain it. Without them, nothing would be left in 50 years but ruins. There is not even a thought or an invention which is not common property, born of the past and the present. Thousands of inventors, known and unknown, who have died in poverty, have cooperated in the invention of each of these machines which embody the genius of man. Thousands of writers, of poets, of scholars have labored to increase knowledge, to dissipate error, and to create that atmosphere of scientific thought, without which the marvels of our century could never have appeared. And these thousands of philosophers, of poets, of scholars, of inventors, have themselves been supported by the labor of past centuries. They have been upheld and nourished through life, both physically and mentally, by legions of workers and craftsmen of all sorts. They have drawn their motive force from the environment. The genius of a Seguin, a Meyer, a Grove, has already done more to launch industry in new directions than all the capitalists in the world. But men of genius are themselves the children of industry as well as of science. Not until thousands of steam engines had been working for years before all eyes, constantly transforming heat into dynamic force and this force into sound, light, and electricity, could the insight of genius proclaim the mechanical origin and the unity of the physical forces. And if we, children of the 19th century, have at last grasped this idea, if we know now how to apply it, it's again because daily experience has prepared the way. The thinkers of the 18th century saw and declared it, but the idea remained undeveloped, because the 18th century had not grown up like ours, side by side with the steam engine. Imagine the decades that might have passed while we remained in ignorance of this law, which has revolutionized modern industry, had Watt not found at Soho skilled workmen to embody his ideas in metal, bringing all the parts of his engine to perfection. so that steam, pent in a complete mechanism and rendered more docile than a horse, more manageable than water, became at last the very soul of modern industry. Every machine has had the same history, a long record of sleepless nights and of poverty, of delusions and of joys, of partial improvements discovered by several generations of nameless workers, who have added to the original invention these little nothings, without which the most fertile idea would remain fruitless. More than that, every new invention is a synthesis, the resultant of innumerable inventions which have preceded it in the vast field of mechanics and industry. Science and industry, knowledge and application, discovery and practical realization leading to new discoveries, cunning of brain and of hand, toil of mind and muscle, all work together. Each discovery, each advance, each increase in the sum of human riches owes its being to the physical and mental travail of the past and the present. But what right then can anyone whatever appropriate the least morsel of this immense whole and say, "This is mine, not yours"? It has come about, however, in the course of the ages traversed by the human race, that all that enables man to produce and to increase his power of production has been seized by the few. Sometimes, perhaps, we will relate how this came to pass. Sometime, perhaps, we will relate how this came to pass. For the present, let it suffice to state the fact and analyze its consequences. Today, the soil, which actually owes its value to the needs of an ever-increasing population, belongs to a minority who prevent the people from cultivating, or do not allow them to cultivate it according to modern methods. The mines, though they represent the labor of several generations, and derive their sole value from the requirements of the industry of a nation and the clemency of the population, the mines also belong to the few, and these few restrict the output of coal, or prevent it entirely, if they find more profitable investments for their capital. Machinery, too, has become the exclusive property of the few. And even when a machine incontestably represents the improvements added to the original rough invention by 3 or 4 generations of workers, it none the less belongs to a few owners, and the descendants of the very inventor who constructed the first machine for lace making a century ago were to present themselves today in a lace factory at Bale or Nottingham and demand their rights, they would be told, "Hands off, this machinery is not yours," and they would be shot down if they attempted to take possession of it. The railways, which would be useless as so much old iron without the teeming population of Europe, its industry, its commerce, and its marts, belong to a few shareholders, ignorant perhaps of the whereabouts of the lines of rail which yield them revenues greater than those of medieval kings. And if the children of those who perish by thousands while excavating the railway cuttings and tunnels were to assemble one day, crowding in their rags and hunger to demand bread from the shareholders, they would be met with bayonets and grape shot, to disperse them and safeguard, "vested interests." In virtue of this monstrous system, the son of the worker on entering life finds no field which he may till, no machine which he may tend, no mine in which he may dig, without accepting to leave a great part of what he will produce to a master, and he must sell his labor for a scant and uncertain wage. His father and his grandfather have toiled to drain this field, to build this mill, to perfect this machine. They gave to the work the full measure of their strength, and what more could they give? But their heir comes into the world poorer than the lowest savage. If he obtains leave to till the field, it is on condition of surrendering a quarter of the produce to his master, and another quarter to the government and the middlemen. And this tax, levied upon him by the state, the capitalist, the lord of the manor, and the middleman, is always increasing. It rarely leaves him the power to improve his system of culture. If he turns to industry, he is allowed to work, though not always even that, only on condition that he yield a half or 2/3 of the product to him whom the land recognizes as the owner of the machine. We cry shame on the feudal baron who forbade the peasant to turn a clod of earth unless he surrendered to his lord a fourth of his crop. We call those barbarous times, but if the forms have changed, the relations have remained the same, and the worker is forced, under the name of free contract, to accept feudal obligations. For, turn where he will, he can find no better conditions. Everything has become private property, and he must accept or die of hunger. The result of this state of things is that all our production tends in a wrong direction. Enterprise takes no thought for the needs of the community. Its only aim is to increase the gains of the speculator. Hence the constant fluctuations of trade, the periodical industrial crises, each of which throws scores of thousands of workers on the streets. The working people cannot purchase with their wages the wealth which they have produced, and the industry seeks foreign markets among the moneyed class of other nations. In the East, in Africa, everywhere, in Egypt, Tonkin, or the Congo, the European is thus bound to promote the growth of serfdom. And so he does, but soon he finds everywhere similar competitors. All the nations evolve on the same lines, and wars, perpetual wars, break out for the right of precedence in the market. Wars for the possession of the East, wars for the empire of the sea, wars to impose duties on imports and to dictate conditions to neighboring states, wars against those blacks who revolt. The roar of the cannon never ceases in the world. Whole races are massacred. The states of Europe spend a third of their budgets in armaments, and we know how heavily these taxes fall on the workers. Education still remains the privilege of a small minority, for it is idle to talk of education when the workman's child is forced at the age of 13 to go down into the mine or to help his father on the farm. It is idle to talk of studies to the worker who comes home in the evening crushed by excessive toil with its brutalizing atmosphere. Society is thus bound to remain divided into two hostile camps, and in such conditions freedom is a vain word. The radical begins by demanding a greater extension of political rights, but he soon sees that the breath of liberty leads to the uplifting of the proletariat, and then he turns round, changes his opinion, and reverts to repressive legislation and government by the sword. A vast array of courts, judges, executioners, policemen, and gaolers is needed to uphold these privileges, and this array gives rise in its turn to a whole system of espionage, of false witness, of spies, of threats, and corruption. The system under which we live checks in its turn the growth of the social sentiment. We all know that without uprightness, without self-respect, without sympathy and mutual aid, humankind must perish, as perish the few races of animals living by rapine, or the slave-keeping ants. But such ideas are not to the taste of the ruling classes, and they have elaborated a whole system of pseudoscience to teach the contrary. Fine sermons have been preached on the text who should share that those who have should share with those who have not. But he who would act out this principle is speedily informed that these beautiful sentiments are all very well in poetry, but not in practice. The lie is to degrade and besmirch oneself, we say, and yet all civilized life becomes one huge lie. We accustomed ourselves and our children to hypocrisy, to the practice of a double-faced morality, and since the brain is ill at ease among lies, we cheat ourselves with sophistry. Hypocrisy and sophistry become the second nature of the civilized man. But a society cannot live thus. It must return to truth or cease to exist. Thus the consequences which spring from the original act of monopoly spread through the whole of social life. Under pain of death, human societies are forced to return to first principles. The means of production being the collective work of humanity, the product should be the collective property of the race. Individual appropriation is neither just nor serviceable. All belongs to all. All things are for all men, since all men have need of them, since all men have worked in the measure of their strength to produce them, and since it is not possible to evaluate every one's part in the production of the world's wealth. All things are for all. Here is an immense stock of tools and implements. Here are all those iron slaves which we call machines, which saw and plane and spin and weave for us, unmaking and remaking, working up raw matter to produce the marvels of our time. But nobody has the right to seize a single one of these machines and say, "This is mine. If you want to use it, you must pay me a tax on each of your products," any more than the feudal lord of medieval times had the right to say to the peasant, "This hill, this meadow belongs to me, and you must pay me a tax on every sheaf of corn you reap, on every rick you build." All is for all. If the man and woman bear their fair share of work, they have a right to their fair share of all that is produced by all, and that share is enough to secure them well-being. No more of such vague formulas as the right to work, or to each the whole result of his labor. What we proclaim is the right to well-being. Well-being for all. It sits heavy with me, man. It really does. It's heavy. All right, I need some water before we go on to chapter 2. All right, gonna go get some water. All right, I'm back. I think we're gonna do a little bit of rearranging on these. I think the smart way to do this. Okay, I'd like you to share orders with full load at Union Junction, transfer and leave any Union Junction Central. I think that's the smarter way to do that. I could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Okay, we're gonna do a little more of my crochet project. And then we will read chapter 2, All for All, I think is what it was called. Well-being for all. Um, Yeah, I don't know that this will catch on. I'd like for it to. I would love to be able to say that I played even a small role um in helping to help people go through the same transition I did. Um, and these literatures aren't the reason I made that change. If I'm honest, it's not. I didn't go out and read theory and become um a better person. I became a better person, and at that point, I was interested in reading theories, um, learning how I could be better, um, learning to have just a little bit of respect for my fellow man, and kind of changing my framing of the world from um, I need to get mine to we should all get ours. Like we should all. There's no reason for people to be suffering if it's preventable. And like my issue stems from just how ineffectual all the systems that are supposed to be helping are. Because I complain about a lot. I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, I'm unemployable. I get these jobs, and they never last because they either can't accommodate my needs, or they just don't respect me at all. And I can't do it. Like, I wish I fucking could. If I could hold a job right now, things could be better for my family here. I miss working, you know. I miss having steady, gainful employment. And it's really unfortunate that, like, people aren't willing to work with me on my availability. Like, it's literally the problem I run into every time. Is like, hey, we get on the phone for the phone portion of the interview, talk to them. I'm like, all right. They ask the question, do you have reliable transportation? Me and my wife share a vehicle. If you are able to work with my availability, like if we can work out a schedule that will be consistent because her schedule is consistent, um, that is physically feasible, we will make it happen, right? And they stop listening. As soon as I say we only have one vehicle, they just stop listening. Um, and that's really annoying because the fact of the matter is if someone would fucking employ me for a couple months, I could probably get a second vehicle, you know. But I don't know, man. And then so many people, like, I've literally been told multiple times to buy a truck and start a business, and I'm like, well, first of all, buy a truck with what money? Second of all, business doing what? Like, well, you can do pressure washing or this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay, but nobody's calling me to do pressure washing for them. Well, then you advertise, okay, and spend more money that I do not have. Great. That's a great idea. How exactly do you recommend I do that? Nobody will give me a loan because I don't owe anyone anything. Like my credit is shit, not because failure to pay or anything like that, just because I don't owe anyone anything. My credit limit's $0 because I don't owe anyone anything. Hmm. I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of miss my I'm not alright streams. But nobody ever watches any of my shit. I mean, I got some viewers playing Warframe on Twitch, but I don't want to talk about why I don't play Warframe anymore, but I don't play Warframe anymore. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Fuck, bruh. All right, bros. We got money rolling in. Probably time to start founding industries. I want to make a cider mill. Green pig. 5 to the transparency on 2. Okay. So that makes sense too. I need to check in with my dad at some point today. I should probably text him. Probably free. be probably the right thing for me to do. Will not take that on stream. I'll have to go have that conversation. No, he had it too. Maybe he took a turn from the worst, and that's why I'm not getting a call. Although I would assume my aunt would have let me know what was up. I know you. I walked with you once upon a dream. God, I love crocheting. I like I learned how I learned the basic single stitch when I was very young. I say I learned. I was never able to recreate it. But I had I think one or two hooks and a couple balls of yarn that I kept around, given by my grandmother. My grandmother was a knitter, crochet. Great grandmother, crochet. Um, Honestly, I wish I still had all that fucking yarn that was in her house. So much yarn. It was like she could. It looked like she couldn't say no. 2, 3, 4. Do one more. Get the turn started. We'll just get the tail. Go read chapter 2. Well-being for all. I think it's interesting that like I think the interesting and saddening thing about reading a lot of leftist literature, um, for me is like this shit was written, over 100 years ago, and the the problem's gotten even worse. um, Everything that he's pointing out is like problematic has gotten significantly worse. They're talking about uh, European governments spend a full 30% of their budget on the military. Like, dude, he would literally have a stroke if he were, if he were to wake up today in today, if he were to be alive in today, we brought him back to life and we say, hey, not just the US government spends, whatever the billion, whatever the $1 trillion per year on defense, quote defense, uh, but that's the significant portion of our budget that it is. Like way more than a third of our budget is spent on the military. I believe. I could be wrong, but I doubt I am. Especially because I count all of the alphabet soup um, falls under military in my mind because it's how they function. It's just whether it's threats domestically or abroad, Last stitch for this row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know you. All right. Looking for enough for a cider press. I assume it's hotel that uses it. Food alcohol pass. We need a stockyard. Jesus Christ, that's cider mill. Cider mill's gonna come first. All right. All right. All right. All right. We should wait until we have a little more. What it will cost to. Chapter 2. Well-being for all. Well-being for all is not a dream. It is possible, realizable, owing to all that our ancestors have done to increase our powers of production. We know indeed that the producers, although they constitute hardly 1/3 of the inhabitants of civilized countries, even now produce such quantities of goods that a certain degree of comfort could be brought to every heart. We know further that if all those who squander today the fruits of others' toil were forced to employ their leisure in useful work, our wealth would increase in proportion to the number of producers, and more. Finally, we know that contrary to the theory enunciated by Malthus, that oracle of middle-class eugenics, fuck. Okay, no, we need to do. Sorry, completely lost my spot. Okay. Okay. Finally, we know that contrary to the theory enunciated by Malthus, that oracle of middle-class economics, the productive powers of the human race will increase at a much more rapid ratio than its powers of reproduction. The more thickly men are crowded on the soil, the more rapid is the growth of their wealth-creating power. Thus, although the population of England has only increased from 1844 to 1890 by 62%, its production has grown, to say the least, at double that rate, to wit, by 130%. In France, where the population has grown more slowly, the increase in production is nevertheless very rapid, notwithstanding the crisis through which agriculture is frequently passing. Notwithstanding state interference, the blood tax, conscription, and speculative commerce and finance, the production of wheat in France has increased fourfold. The industry production more than tenfold. In the course of the last 80 years, in the United States, the progress is still more striking. In spite of immigration, or rather precisely because of the influx of surplus European labor, the United States have multiplied their wealth tenfold. However, these figures give yet a very faint idea of what our wealth might become under better conditions. For alongside of the rapid development of our wealth-producing powers, we have an overwhelming increase in the ranks of the idlers and middlemen. Instead of capital gradually concentrating itself in a few hands so that it would only be necessary for the community to dispossess a few millionaires and enter upon its lawful heritage, instead of this socialist forecast proving true, the exact reverse is coming to pass. The swarm of parasites is ever increasing. In France, there are not 10 actual producers for every 30 inhabitants. The whole agricultural wealth of the country is the work of less than 7 millions of men, and in the two great industries, mining and the textile trade, you will find that the workers number less than 2.5 millions. But the exploiters of labor, how many are they? In England, exclusive of Scotland and Ireland, only 1 million workers, men, women, and children, are employed in all the textile trades. Rather more than 500,000 work in the mines, rather less than 500,000 till the ground. And the statisticians have to exaggerate all their figures in order to establish a maximum of 8 million producers to 26 million inhabitants. Strictly speaking, the creators of the goods exported from Britain to all the ends of the earth comprise only from 6 to 7 million workers. And what is the sum of the shareholders and middlemen who levy the first fruits of labor from far and near, and heap up unearned gains by thrusting themselves between the producer and the consumer, paying the former not a fifth, nay a 20th of the price they extract from the latter? Nor is this all. Those who withhold capital constantly reduce the output by restraining production. We need not speak of the cartloads of oysters thrown into the sea to prevent a dainty hitherto reserved for the rich from becoming a food for the people. We need not speak of the 1,001 luxuries, stuffs, food, etc., treated after the same fashion as the oysters. It is not enough to remember the way in which the production of the most necessary things is limited. Legions of miners are ready and willing to dig out coal every day, and send it to those who are shivering with cold, but too often a third or even two-thirds of their number are forbidden to work more than 3 days a week, because forsooth the price of coal must be kept up. Thousands of weavers are forbidden to work the looms, though their wives and children go in rags, and though 3/4 of the population of Europe have no clothing worthy of the name. Hundreds of blast furnaces, thousands of factories periodically stand idle, others only work half time, and in every civilized nation there is a permanent population of about 2 million individuals who ask only for work, but to whom work is denied. How gladly would these millions of men set to work to reclaim wastelands, or to transform ill-cultivated land into fertile fields, rich to harvests. A year of well-directed toil would suffice to multiply fivefold the produce of dry lands in the south of France, which now yield only about 8 bushels of wheat per acre. But these men, who would be happy to become hardy pioneers in so many branches of wealth-producing activity, must stay their hands because the owners of the soil, the mines, and the factories prefer to invest their capital, stolen in the first place from the community, in Turkish or Egyptian bonds, or in Patagonian gold mines, and so make Egyptian fellows Italian exiles and Chinese coolies their wage slaves. So much for the direct and deliberate limitation of production, but there is also a limitation, indirect and not of set purpose, which consists in spending human toil on objects absolutely useless or destined only to satisfy the dull vanity of the rich. It is impossible to reckon in figures the extent to which wealth is restricted indirectly, the extent to which energy is squandered that might have served to produce, and above all to prepare, the machinery necessary to production. It is enough to cite the immense sums spent by Europe in armaments for the sole purpose of acquiring control of the markets, and so forcing her own commercial standards on neighboring territories, and making exploitation easier at home. The millions paid every year to officials of all sorts, whose function is to maintain the rights of minorities, the right, that is, of a few rich men, to manipulate the economic activities of the nation. The millions spent on judges, prisons, policemen, and all the paraphernalia of so-called justice, spent to no purpose, because we know that every alleviation, however slight, of the wretchedness of our great cities is followed by very considerable diminution of crime. Lastly, the millions spent on propagating pernicious doctrines by means of the press and news cooked in the interest of this or that party, or this politician or that company of exploiters. But over and above this, we must take into account all the labor that goes to sheer waste in keeping up the stables, the kennels, and the retinue of the rich. For instance, in pandering to the caprices of society and to the depraved tastes of the fashionable mob, in forcing the consumer on the one hand to buy what he does not need, or foisting an inferior article upon him by means of puffery, and in producing on the other hand wares which are absolutely injurious but profitable to the manufacturer. What is squandered in this manner would be enough to double our real wealth, or so to plenish our mills and factories with machinery that would soon flood the shops with all that is now lacking to two-thirds of the nation. Under our present system, a full quarter of producers in every nation are forced to be idle for 3 to 4 months in the year, and the labor of another quarter, if not of the half, has no better results than the amusement of the rich or the exploitation of the public. Thus, if we consider, on the one hand, the rapidity with which civilized nations augment their powers of production, and on the other hand, the limits set to that production, be it directly or indirectly, by existing conditions, one cannot but conclude that an economic system a trifle more enlightened would permit them to heap up in a few years so many useful products that they would be constrained to cry, "Enough! We have enough coal and bread and raiment. Let us rest and consider how best to use our powers, how best to employ our leisure." No, plenty for all is not a dream, though it was a dream indeed in those old days when man, for all his pains, could hardly win a bushel of wheat from an acre of land, and had to fashion by hand all the implements he used in agriculture and industry. Now it is no longer a dream, because man has invented a motor which, with a little iron and a few pounds of coal, gives him the mastery of a creature strong and docile as a horse and capable of setting the most complicated machinery in motion. But if plenty for all is to become a reality, this immense capital, cities, houses, pastures, arable lands, factories, highways, education, must cease to be regarded as private property, for the monopolist to dispose of at his pleasure. The rich endowment, painfully won, builded, fashioned, or invented by our ancestors, must become common property, so that the collective interests of men may gain from its greatest good for all. There must be expropriation. The well-being of all, the end; expropriation, the means. Expropriation. Such, then, is the problem which history has put before the men of the 20th century, the return to communism in all that ministers to the well-being of man. Gotta stay hydrated. Expropriation. Such, then, is the problem which history has put before the men of the 20th century, the return to communism in all that ministers to the well-being of man. But this problem cannot be solved by means of legislation. No one imagines that. The poor, no less than the rich, understand that neither the existing governments, nor any which might arise out of possible political changes, would be capable of finding a solution. We feel the necessity of a social revolution. Rich and poor alike recognize that this revolution is imminent, that it may break out in a very few years. A great change in thought has been accomplished during the last half of the 19th century, but suppressed as it was by the propertied class, and denying its natural development. This new spirit must break now its bonds by violence, and realize itself in a revolution. Whence comes the revolution, and how will it announce its coming? None can answer these questions. The future is hidden. But those who watch and think do not misinterpret the signs. Workers and exploiters, revolutionists and conservatives, thinkers and men of action, all feel that the revolution is at our doors. Well, what are we to do when the thunderbolt has fallen? We have all been studying the dramatic side of revolution so much, and the practical work of revolution so little, that we are apt to see only the stage effects, so to speak, of these great movements. The fight of the first days, the barricades. But this fight, this first skirmish, is soon ended, and it is only after the overthrow of the old constitution that the real work of revolution can be said to begin. If set and powerless, attacked on all sides, the old rulers are soon swept away by the breath of insurrection. In a few days, the middle-class monarchy of 1848 was no more, and while Louis Philippe was making good his escape in a cab, Paris had already forgotten her citizen king. The government of Thiers disappeared on the 18th of March, 1871, in a few hours, leaving Paris mistress of her destinies. Yet 1848 and 1871 were only insurrections. Before a popular revolution, the masters of the old order disappear with a surprising rapidity. Its upholders fly the country to plot in safety elsewhere and to devise measures for their return. The former government having disappeared, the army, hesitating before the tide of popular opinion, no longer obeys its commanders, who have also prudently decamped. The troops stand by without interfering or join the rebels. The police, standing at ease, are uncertain whether to belabor the crowd or to cry, "Long live the Commune," while some retire to their quarters to await the pleasure of the new government. Wealthy citizens pack their trunks and betake themselves to places of safety. The people that remain, this is how a revolution is uttered in. In several large towns, the commune is proclaimed. In the streets wander thousands of men who in the evening crowd into impoverished clubs asking, "What shall we do?" and ardently discuss public affairs, in which all take an interest. Those who yesterday were most indifferent are perhaps the most zealous. Everywhere there is plenty of goodwill and a keen desire to make victory certain. It is a time of supreme devotion. The people are ready to go forward. All this is splendid, sublime, but still it is not a revolution. Nay, it is only now that the work of the revolutionists begins. Doubtless the thirst for vengeance will be satisfied. Excuse me. The Watrins and the Thomases will pay the penalty of their unpopularity. But that is only an incident in the struggle, and not a revolution. Socialist politicians, radicals, neglected geniuses of journalism, stump orators, middle-class citizens, and workmen hurry to the town hall, to the government offices, and take possession of the vacant seats. Some rejoice their hearts with galloon, admire themselves in ministerial mirrors, and study to give orders with an air of importance appropriate to their new position. They must have a red sash, an embroidered cap, and magisterial gestures to impress their comrades of the office or the workshop. Others bury themselves in official papers, trying with the best of wills to make head or tail of them. They indite laws and issue high-flown worded decrees that nobody takes the trouble to carry out, because the revolution has come. To give themselves an authority which is lacking, they seek the sanction of old forms of government. They take on the names of provisional government, committee of public safety, mayor, governor of the town hall, commissioner of public weal, and what not. Elected or acclaimed, they assemble in boards or in communal councils. These bodies include men of 10 or 20 different schools, which, if not exactly private chapels, are at least so many sects, which represent as many ways of regarding the scope, the bearing, and the goal of the revolution. Possibilists, collectivists, radicals, Jacobins, Blanquists are thrust together and waste time in wordy warfare. Honest men come into contact with ambitious ones whose only dream is power, and who spurn the crowd whence they sprung. Coming together with diametrically opposed views, they are forced to form arbitrary alliances in order to create majorities that can but last a day. Wrangling, calling each other reactionaries, authoritarians, and rascals, incapable of coming to an understanding on any serious measure, dragged into discussions about trifles, producing nothing better than bombastic proclamations, yet taking themselves seriously, unwitting that the real strength of the movement is in the streets. All this may please those who like the theater, but it is not revolution. Nothing yet has been accomplished. Meanwhile, the people suffer. The factories are idle, the workshops closed, industry is at a standstill. The worker does not even earn the meager wage which was his before. Food goes up in price. With that heroic devotion which has always characterized them, and which in great cities reaches the sublime, the people wait patiently. "We place these 3 months of want at the service of the Republic," they said in 1848. While their representatives and the gentlemen of the new government, down to the meanest jack in office, receive their salary regularly. The people suffer. With the childlike faith, with the good humor of the masses who believe in their leaders, they think that yonder, in the House, in the Town Hall, in the Committee of Public Safety, their welfare is being considered. But yonder they are discussing everything under the sun except the welfare of the people. In 1793, while famine ravaged France and crippled the Revolution, whilst the people were reduced to the depths of misery, while the Champs-Élysées were lined with luxurious carriages where women displayed their jewels and splendor, Robespierre was urging the Jacobins to discuss his treaty on the English Constitution. While the worker was suffering in 1848 from the general stoppage of trade, the provisional government and the House were wrangling over military pensions and prison labor without troubling how the people were to live during this crisis. And could one cast a reproach at the Paris Commune, which was born beneath the Prussian cannon and lasted only 70 days, it would be for this same error, this failure to understand that the revolution could not triumph unless those who fought on its side were fed, that on 15 pence a day a man cannot fight on the ramparts and at the same time support a family. The people suffer and say, how to find the way out of these difficulties. It seems to us that there is only one answer to this question. We must recognize and loudly proclaim that everyone, whatever his grade in the old society, whether strong or weak, capable or incapable, has before everything the right to live, and that society is bound to share amongst all, without exception, the means of existence at its disposal. We must acknowledge this and proclaim it aloud, and act up to it. It must be so contrived that from the first day of the revolution the worker shall know that a new era is opening before him, that henceforth none need crouch under the bridges, with palaces hard by, none need fast in the midst of food, none need perish with cold near shops full of furs, that all is for all in practice as well in theory. And that at last, for the first time in history, a revolution has been accomplished which considers the needs of the people before schooling them in their duties. This cannot be brought about by acts of parliament, but only by taking immediate and effective possession of all that is necessary to ensure the well-being of all. This is the only really scientific way of going to work, the only way to be understood and desired by the mass of the people. We must take possession in the name of the people of the granaries, the shops full of clothing, and the dwelling houses. Nothing must be wasted. We must organize without delay to feed the hungry, to satisfy all wants, to meet all needs, to produce, not for the special benefit of this one or that one, but to ensure that society as a whole will live and grow. Enough of ambiguous words like the right to work, with which the people were misled in 1848, and which are still used to mislead them. Let us have the courage to recognize that well-being for all, henceforward possible, must be realized. When the workers claimed the right to work in 1848, national and municipal workshops were organized, and workmen were sent to drudge there at the rate of 1s 8d a day. When they asked that labor should be organized, the reply was, "Patience, friends, the government will see to it. Meantime, here's your 1.8. Rest now, brave toiler, after your lifelong struggle for food." Meanwhile, the cannons were trained, the reserves called out, and the workers themselves disorganized by the many methods well known to the middle classes, till one fine day they were told to go and colonize Africa or be shot down. Very different will be the result if the workers claim the right to well-being. In claiming that right, they claim the right to possess the wealth of the community, to take the houses to dwell in, according to the needs of each family, to seize the stores of food and learn the meaning of plenty, after having known famine too well. They proclaim their right to all wealth, fruit of the labor of past and present generations, and learn by its means to enjoy those higher pleasures of art and science too long monopolized by the middle classes. And while asserting their right to live in comfort, they assert, what is still more important, their right to decide for themselves what this comfort shall be, what must be produced to ensure it, and what discarded is no longer of value. The right to well-being means the possibility of living like human beings, and of bringing up children to be members of a society better than ours, whilst the right to work only means the right to be always a wage slave, a drudge, ruled over and exploited by the middle class of the future. The right to well-being is the social revolution. The right to work means nothing but the treadmill of commercialism. It is high time for the worker to assert his right to the common inheritance and to enter into possession. What the fuck are farm supplies? In the meantime, I would like to find a. Oh, so close. It's gonna be a. Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not digging y'all doing these itty bitty little fuck. You're gonna full load it woods. Full load. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna get more of those trains. Okay. I didn't read all that on mute, did I? Nope. Okay. It's been 2 hours. I'm gonna go for I'm gonna crochet before I go smoke. Crochet, watch number go up. Ugh. Cool. Do 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 do. Till next year, if we don't do any major infrastructure projects this year. We're gonna do major infrastructure projects this year. Not yet, but soon. We need, like to get a little closer to 2 mil. And I should be able to get a dockyard built. Look that up. Dun, 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 dun. Microphone. Maybe someone should pay attention to me before I fall apart. Ooh, shoulder pain. Probably from my terrible fucking posture. I don't really know what to do to fix my posture issues when I stream from a fucking couch. Two, three. Oh, that's one right here. Cool. Funny that like crocheting and making more dead air content is the only way I can spread out my cigarettes enough that I don't feel like I'm killing myself. I need to just quit smoking. So much more yarn goes into these than it feels like goes into them. Alright, I'm going for my cigarette now. All right, we're back. Why? So can the electric rail. See. Okay. Electric rail or monorail. Monorail. I should be able to just Alright, let's read another chapter. How about that? Chapter 3, Anarchist Communism. Every society which has abolished private property will be forced, we maintain, to organize itself on the lines of communistic anarchy. Anarchy leads to communism and communism to anarchy, both alike being expressions of the predominant tendency in modern societies, the pursuit of equality. Time was when a peasant family could consider the corn which it grew or the woolen garments woven in the cottage as the products of its own toil. But even then, this way of looking at things was not quite correct. There were the roads and the bridges made in common, the swamps drained by common toil, and the communal pastures enclosed by hedges which were kept in repair by each and all. If the looms for weaving or the dyes for coloring fabrics were improved, all profited. So even in those days, a peasant family could not live alone, but was dependent in 1,000 ways on the village or the commune. But nowadays, in the present state of industry, when everything is interdependent, when each branch of production is knit up with all the rest, the attempt to claim an individualist origin for the products of industry is absolutely untenable. The astonishing perfection attained by the textile or mining industries in civilized countries is due to the simultaneous development of 1,000 other industries, great and small, to the extension of the railroad system to interoceanic navigation, to the manual skill of thousands of workers, to a certain standard of culture reached by the working classes as a whole, to the labors, in short, of men in every corner of the globe. The Italians who died of cholera while making the Suez Canal, or of ankylosis in the St. Gothard Tunnel, or the Americans mowed down by shot and shell while fighting for the abolition of slavery, have helped to develop the cotton industry in France and England, as well as the work girls who languish in the factories of Manchester and Rouen, and the inventor who, following the suggestion of some workers, succeeds in improving the loom. How then shall we estimate the share of each in the riches which all contribute to amass? Looking at production from this general synthetic point of view, we cannot hold with the collectivists that payment proportionate to the hours of labor rendered by each would be an ideal arrangement, or even a step in the right direction. Without discussing whether exchange value of goods is really measured in existing societies by the amount of work necessary to produce it, according to the doctrine of Smith and Ricardo, in whose footsteps Marx has followed, suffice it to stay here, leaving ourselves free to return to the subject later, that the collectivist ideal appears to us untenable in a society which considers the instruments of labor as common inheritance. Starting from this principle, such a society would find itself forced from the very outset to abandon all forms of wages. The mitigated individualism of the collectivist system certainly could not maintain itself alongside a partial communism, the socialization of land and the instruments of production. A new form of property requires a new form of remuneration. A new method of production cannot exist side by side with the old forms of consumption, any more than it can adapt itself to the old forms of political organization. The wage system arises out of the individual ownership of the land and the instruments of labor. It was a necessary condition for the development of capitalist production, and will perish with it in spite of the attempt to disguise it as a profit sharing. The common possession of the instruments of labor must necessarily bring with it the enjoyment in common of the fruits of common labor. We hold further that communism is not only desirable, but that existing societies founded on individualism are inevitably impelled in the direction of communism. The development of individualism through the last 3 centuries is explained by the efforts of the individual to protect himself from the tyranny of capital and of the state. For a time he imagined, and those who expressed his thought for him declared, that he could free himself entirely from the state and from society. By means of money, he said, I can buy all that I need. But the individual was on a wrong tack, and modern history has taught him to recognize that, without the help of all, he can do nothing, although his strong boxes are full of gold. In fact, alongside the current of individualism, we find in all modern history a tendency, on the one hand, to retain all that remains of the partial communism of antiquity, and on the other, to establish the communist principle in the 1,000 developments of modern life. As soon as the communes of the 10th, 11th, and 12th centuries had succeeded in emancipating themselves from their lords, ecclesiastical or lay, their communal labor and communal consumption began to extend and develop rapidly. The township, and not private persons, freighted ships and equipped expeditions, and the benefit arising from the foreign trade did not accrue to individuals, but was shared by all. The townships also bought provisions for their citizens. Traces of these institutions have lingered on into the 19th century, and the folk piously cherish the memory of them in their legends. All that has disappeared, but the rural township still struggles to preserve the last traces of this communism, and it succeeds except when the state throws its heavy sword into the balance. Meanwhile, new organizations, based on the same principle, to every man according to his needs. Sorry, we're going to take a moment. Good. Yeah, sorry. Except when the state throws its heavy sword in the balance. Meanwhile, new organizations, based on the same principle, to every man according to his needs, spring up under 1,000 different forms, for without a certain level of communism, the present societies could not exist. In spite of the narrowly egoistic turn given to men's minds by the commercial system, the tendency towards communism is constantly appearing and influences our activities in a variety of ways. The bridges, for the use of which a toll was levied in the old days, are now becoming public property and free to all. So are the high roads, except in the east where a toll is still exacted from the traveler for every mile of his journey. Museums, free libraries, free schools, free meals for children, parks and gardens open to all, streets paved and lighted, free to all, water supplied to every house without measure or stint, all such arrangements are founded on the principle, take what you need. The tramways and railways have already introduced monthly and annual season tickets without limiting the number of journeys taken, and two nations, Hungary and Russia, have introduced on their railways the zone system, which permits the holder to travel 500 or 1,000 miles for the same price. It is but a short step from that to a uniform charge, such as already prevails in the postal service. In all these innovations and 1,000 others, the tendency is not to measure the individual consumption. One man wants to travel 1,000 miles, another 500. These are personal requirements. There is no sufficient reason why one should pay twice as much as the other because his need is twice as great. Such are the signs which appear even now in our individualist societies. Moreover, there is a tendency, though still a feeble one, to consider the needs of the individual, irrespective of his past or possible services to the community. We are beginning to think of society as a whole, each part of which is so intimately bound up with the others that a service rendered to one is a service rendered to all. When you go into a public library, not indeed the National Library of Paris, but say into the British Museum or the Berlin Library, the librarian does not ask what services you have rendered to society before giving you the book, or the 50 books which you require, and he comes to your assistance if you do not know how to manage the catalog. By means of uniform credentials, and very often a contribution of work is preferred, the scientific society opens its museums, its gardens, its libraries, its laboratories, and its annual observations. I think that would be translated directly as like conventions. To each of its members, whether he be a Darwin or a simple amateur. At St. Petersburg, if you are pursuing an invention, you go into a special laboratory or a workshop where you are given a place, a carpenter's bench, a turning lathe, all the necessary tools and scientific instruments, provided only you know how to use them, and you are allowed to work there as long as you please. There are the tools, interest others in your idea, join with fellow workers skilled in various crafts, or work alone if you prefer it. Invent a flying machine, or invent nothing. That is your own affair. You are pursuing an idea. That is enough. In the same way, those who man the lifeboat do not ask credentials from the crew of a sinking ship. They launch their boat, risk the lives in the raging waves, and sometimes perish, all to save men whom they do not even know. And what need to know them? They are human beings and they need our aid. That is enough. That establishes their right to the rescue. Thus we find a tendency, eminently communistic, springing up on all sides, and in various guises in the very heart of theoretically individualist societies. Suppose that one of our great cities, so egotistic in ordinary times, were visited tomorrow by some calamity. A siege, for instance. That same selfish city would decide that the first needs to satisfy were those of the children and the aged, without asking what services they had rendered or were likely to render to society. It would first of all feed them. Then the combatants would be cared for, irrespective of the courage or the intelligence which each has displayed, and thousands of men and women would outvie each other in unselfish devotion to the wounded. This tendency exists and is felt as soon as the most pressing needs of each are satisfied, and in proportion as the productive power of the race increases. It becomes an active force every time a great idea comes to oust the means of preoccupations of everyday life. How can we doubt, then, that the instruments of production are placed at the service of all, when the instruments of production are placed at the service of all, when business is conducted on communist principles, when labor, having recovered its place of honor in society, produces much more than is necessary to all, how can we doubt that this force, already so powerful, will enlarge its sphere of action till it becomes the ruling principle of social life? Following these indications, and considering further the practical side of expropriation, of which we shall speak in the following chapters, we are convinced that our first obligation, when the revolution shall have broken the power upholding the present system, will be to realize communism without delay. But, oh, alright, gotta go talk to my dad. Y'all stay safe. All right, I'm back. I've got a pot of coffee going, so I'm gonna have to run for that at some point. But for now, that's not a concern really. Everything will be good. Um, Union Logistics over here fucking killing it, man. Are you finally actually hauling stuff for me? It'd be real cool. I'm frustrated that I have to have mismatch rails though. Um, when I restructure, either a little later today or tomorrow, I think I'm gonna do monorails every bit. I mean, I like monorails. I'm a Disney fanboy at heart, you know. Okay, so you're gonna come out of there. You're gonna pick people up there. Uh, what if I bring you out here? Pick up some people right here. Then we're gonna come out over here. Coming back in this way. Go ahead straight over. Okay. Take that bridge. One way for a while, bud. Here. Okay. Go. Union Junction to Heights. Heights to North. From North to East. From East to Central. And from Central back to West. Create. What? Okay. They're all open to all cargo types. Let's start with passengers. All of you have access to passenger shit. Rail and electric rail are basically the same. Alcohol. I'm frustrated by this. Frustrated by this. Alright, my coffee's ready. I'll be back. Alright. Alright, I did a dumb. We're gonna have to start over again. Excuse me. Literally the easiest part of the whole thing. But if I forget to change it before I start building shit, I end up with like a ton of shit built, and I gotta start scratch. Ooh, ooh, I see a lot of potential in this. Okay, we're gonna start with the car stuff. I think that's really the smart way to do it. Yeah, you've had me. There. Okay. Vehicle. Fuck. I'm going to take fairly passive stance. Let's use this. Yeah, maybe I can't fold. I'm just gonna take that long. Fucking roll, bro. Coffee is fucking good. This structure will serve us well. All right, back in a moment. Not perfect. They're doing all right. Really fucking figured it out. Alright. Alright. We're gonna turn up the jazz a little bit. And we're gonna do some more crocheting. We're getting real close to done with this guy, which I have to say is like kind of weirdly mixed emotions. You know? Like, it feels good to be done, don't get me wrong. But like, I'm apprehensive about trying to sell it and all that. Trying to get someone to fucking pay me for the things that I can do. I've had so much trouble with that. And like, I've got to survive. You know, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do but try to sell my skills. And it's unfortunate that my skills are mostly fucking useless. Oh, good. Down. Running into loss. No, that's all construction. Yeah, well, yeah, because this takes forever. That's our big thing. Okay, well, let's fucking rectify that. Free car station. Two by one, you're gonna connect to the docks. bum, 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 bum. Okay. We got that chunk. Bum, 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 bum. Why are y'all all so backed up there? I don't know. 3. Okay, I want you to go first. Bum, 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 bum. Woods Central. Junction, Woods, Central, Docks. think that should have rectified our. The only other option I have would be busting that tram line down to. It's going to be a lot of. To make it a star shape system. I mean, it's doable. Like, don't get me wrong. I could do it. It's almost easier to start with the fresh thing. Purple. Oh, not too far. Okay, so. Three. Oh, my ship broke down. That's fortunate. So close. Almost done with my... Yeah. We have been trending strongly downwards since I started it. Dang it. What the fuck are you trying to do? I don't think you ever made it there. Really silly that I didn't mute that. Oh well. Okay. Um, this side. Up. Yep. I'm almost out of this yarn. It is definitely not going to make it the rest of the way. Oh, do that other purple. Not ideal, and it won't match, but so be it. That's so close to done with this robe. After I wrap it up, tired of having to start over again, man. There it went. Hydration. Done. Run! Uh, I have finished my robe. I think it's time for more reading. We left off at following these indications and considering further the practical side of expropriation, of which we shall speak in the following chapters. We are convinced that our first obligation, when the revolution shall have broken the power, upholding the present system, will be to realize communism without delay. But ours is neither the communism of Fourier, nor the Phalansterians, nor of the German state socialists. It is anarchist communism, communism without government, the communism of the free. It is the synthesis of the two ideals pursued by humanity throughout the ages, economic and political liberty. In taking anarchy for our ideal political organization, we are only giving expression to another marked tendency of human progress. Whenever European societies have developed up to a certain point, they have shaken off the yoke of authority and substituted a system founded roughly more or less on the principles of individual liberty. The history shows us that these periods of partial or general revolution, when the governments were overthrown, were also periods of sudden progress, both in the economic and the intellectual field. Now it is the enfranchisement of the communes, whose monuments produced by the free labor of the guilds have never been surpassed. Now it is the peasant rising which brought about the Reformation and imperiled the papacy, and then again it is the society free for a brief space which was created at the other side of the Atlantic by the malcontents from the Old World. Further, if we observe the present development of civilized people, We see most unmistakably a movement ever more and more marked to limit the sphere of action of the government, and to allow more and more liberty to the individual. This evolution is going on before our eyes, though cumbered by the ruins and rubbish of old institutions and old superstitions. Like all evolutions, it only once waits a revolution to overthrow the old obstacles which block the way, that it may find free scope in a regenerated society. After having striven long in vain to solve the insoluble problem, the problem of constructing a government, quote, which will constrain the individual to obedience without itself ceasing to be the servant of society, end quote, men at last attempt to free themselves from every form of government and to satisfy their need for organization by a free contract between individuals and groups pursuing the same. The independence of each small territorial unit becomes a pressing need. Mutual agreement replaces law, and everywhere regulates individual interests in view of a common object. All that was once looked on as a function of the government is today called in question. Things are arranged more easily and more satisfactorily without the intervention of the state, and in studying the progress made in this direction, we are led to conclude that the tendency of the human race is to reduce government interference to zero, in fact to abolish the state, the personification of injustice, oppression, and monopoly. We can already catch glimpses of a world in which the bonds which bind the individual are no longer laws, but social habits, the result of the need felt by each one of us to seek the support, the cooperation, the sympathy of his neighbors. Assuredly, the idea of a society without a state will give rise to at least as many objections as the political economy of a society without private capital. We have all been brought up from our childhood to regard the state as a sort of providence. All our education, the Roman history we learned at school, the Byzantine code which we studied later under the name of Roman law, and the various sciences taught at the university accustom us to believe in government and in the virtues of the state providential. To maintain this superstition, whole systems of philosophy have been elaborated and taught. All politics are based on this principle, and each politician, whatever his colors, comes forward and says to the people, "Give me the power, and I both can and will free you from the miseries which press so heavily upon you." From the cradle to the grave, all our actions are guided by this principle. Open any book on sociology or jurisprudence, and you will find there the government, its organization, its acts, filling so large a place that we come to believe there is nothing outside the government and the world of statesmen. The press teaches us the same in every conceivable way. Whole columns are devoted to parliamentary debates and to political intrigues. The vast everyday life of a nation is barely mentioned in a few lines when dealing with economic subjects, law or in diverse fact, relating to police cases. When you read these newspapers, you hardly think of the incalculable number of beings, all humanity, so to say, who grow up and die, who know sorrow, who work and consume, think and create outside the few encumbering personages who have been so magnified that humanity is hidden by their shadows, enlarged by our ignorance. And yet as soon as we pass from printed matter to life itself, as soon as we throw a glance at society, we are struck by the infinitesimal part played by the government. Balzac already remarked how millions of peasants spend the whole of their lives without knowing anything about the state, save the heavy taxes they are compelled to pay. Every day, millions of transactions are made without government intervention, and the greatest of them, those of commerce and of the exchange, are carried on in such a way that the government could not be appealed to if one of the contracting parties had the intention of not fulfilling his agreement. Should you speak to a man who understands commerce, he will tell you that the everyday business transacted by merchants would be absolutely impossible were it not based on mutual confidence. The habit of keeping his word, the desire not to lose his credit, amply suffice to maintain this relative honesty. The man who does not feel the slightest remorse when poisoning his customers with noxious drugs covered with pompous labels thinks he is in honor bound to keep his engagements. Now, if this relative morality has developed under present conditions, when enrichment is the only incentive and the only aim, can we doubt its rapid progress when appropriation of the fruits of others' labor will no longer be the basis of society? Another striking fact, which especially characterizes their generation, is speaks still more in favor of our ideas. It is the continual extension of the field of enterprise due to private initiative, and the prodigious development of free groups of all kinds. We shall discuss this more at length in the chapter devoted to free agreement. Suffice it to mention that the facts are so numerous and so customary that they are the essence of the second half of the 19th century, even though political and socialist writers ignore them and always preferring to talk about the functions of government. These organizations, free and infinitely varied, are so natural an outcome of our civilization. They expand so rapidly and group themselves with so much ease that they are so necessary a result of the continual growth of the needs of civilized man. And lastly, they so advantageously replace governmental interference that we must recognize in them a factor of growing importance in the life of societies. If they do not yet spread over the whole of the manifestations of life, it is that they find an insurmountable obstacle in the poverty of the worker, in the castes of present society, in the private appropriation of capital, and in the state. Abolish these obstacles and you will see them covering the immense field of civilized man's activity. The history of the last 50 years furnishes a living proof that representative government is impotent to discharge the functions we have sought to assign to it. In days to come, the 19th century will be quoted as having witnessed the failure of parliamentarism. But this impotence is becoming evident to all. The faults of parliamentarism and the inherent vices of the representative principle are self-evident, and the few thinkers who have made critical study of them, J.S. Mill and Leverdays, did but give literary form to the popular's dissatisfaction. It is not difficult, indeed, to see the absurdity of naming a few men and saying to them, "Make laws regulating all our spheres of activity, although not one of you knows anything about them." We are beginning to see that government by majorities means abandoning all the affairs of the country to the tide waiters who make up the majorities in the House and in election committees, to those, in a word, who have no opinion of their own. But mankind is seeking and already finding new issues. The International Postal Union, the railway unions, and the learned societies give us examples of solutions based on free agreement in place instead of law. Today, when groups scattered far and wide wish to organize themselves for some object or other, they no longer elect an international parliamentarian jack of all trades. They no longer elect an international parliament of jacks of all trades. No, where it is not possible to meet directly or come to an agreement by correspondence, delegates versed in the question at issue are sent to treat, with the instructions, endeavor to come to an agreement on such or such a question, and then return not with a law in your pocket, but with a proposition of agreement which we may or may not accept. Sure, such is the method of the great industrial companies, the learned societies, and the associations of every description, which already cover Europe and the United States, and such should be the method of an emancipated society. While bringing about expropriation, society cannot continue to organize itself in the principle of parliamentary representation. A society founded on serfdom is in keeping with absolute monarchy. A society based on the wage system and the exploitation of the masses by the capitalist finds its political expression in parliamentarism. But a free society, regaining possession of the common inheritance, must seek, in free groups and free federations of groups, a new organization, in harmony with the new economic phase of history. Every economic phase has a political phase corresponding to it, and it would be impossible to touch property without finding, at the same time, a new mode of political life. It sucks. Hmm. So be it. hours. That's the stream for today. Y'all stay safe.